Order at 10 o'clock. Is there any agenda additions? C.O. Caspi?
Mr. Chairman, we have to swear Councilor Grover in as Deputy Reeve. It's his turn.
Okay.
Add that to the agenda. It's
To the agenda and
right after, maybe before minutes.
yeah, probably we could do it before. So I guess we can do it right now.
2.A or 2.1.
Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, I have one, section 23 in camera. It has to do with doctor recruitment.
I was gonna ask, we're gonna talk about recruitment.
Oh, okay.
Section 23, Dr. Recruitment, 13.6.
Your mic's not working, I'm not sure.
It was. Okay, 13.6, doctor recruitment.
Do we see was there something for doctor?
What number you got?
No, it's just I wanted to add that. I mentioned
okay.
it.
Fair enough then, thank you.
13.6.
13.6.
That's under agenda items.
Anything else?
If there's nothing else, Mr. Chairman, I will move the agenda with additions as presented.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Okay. C.O. Costi, Deputy Reeve appointment.
I, David Grover, solemnly swear and declare that I will honestly, faithfully, and to the best of my ability exercise the powers and duties according to the law of the office of Deputy Reeve for the County of Stettler.
Congratulations.
I thank you. Hey, did you get, oh, I just wanted to get a picture of the.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted, to bring my smile.
Okay, we've got minute approval for the February 8th regular council minutes and for the February 23rd, 2023 committee of the whole minutes, page 5 of the package. Was there any, Councilor Stettler?
Yeah, I read both sets of minutes. I found no errors in the regular meeting. On the committee of the whole meeting, though, I was present. I did join later after my other meeting, but I was present at that meeting. Other than that, I would move them with that addition.
Was there any other errors or omissions? You've got that, Marlene? Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the table. All in favor? Carried. Okay, we have no delegations and no councilors' requests for information or no public hearings today. Woo-hoo! That moved us down that list. Hey. Okay, new business. Request for decision, water hookup request, page 8 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sharon's with us today and she's taking these, so I'll let her speak to him.
Cassidy, we have a few of the water hookup requests this meeting. The first one is for the northeast of 64019 west of the 4th. The expenses are up to $15,000 to be funded by revenue for water services connections and the balance by from reserves. The first resident is north of Stettler, has requested to connect to the North Phase County water line. With the location of the house from the county water line, we have two options. One choice would run to the south of the property from the existing North Phase water line, which is approximately 1,700 meters, which would be undeveloped road allowance. There could be up to 5 possible connections on this route. The second option would be to run it north from Highway 601 to the property with an approximate distance of 1,400 meters with the possibility of 3 other connections. Utilities received some appropriate cost depending on the pipe size. This price includes labor and equipment and materials. For a 6-inch, it would be $175 per meter. 4-inch is $105 per meter. A 3-inch pipe is $95 per meter, and the water construction costs would be partially covered through the Rural Water Service Initiative connection fee of $15,000 and the balance from reserves. So financially, option 1 with a 3-inch line would be $161,500 plus GST. Option 2 would be approximately, which is north of 601 water line, is approximately cost of $133,000 plus GST.
Counselor Stevens?
I'm hesitant to move forward on some of these connections, given that we put a very active effort into our overall survey for the county to find out who's interested and who's not. And we see some of that in the what's presented. 5 potential customers one way, 3 potential the other. Well, at this point, I don't have enough info to know which is the best routing, depending on who else is interested. Secondly, we talk about various sizes. Without knowing the full build out and where this demand is, I don't necessarily know whether it should be a 2-inch, a 3-inch, or a 4-inch line, depending on where else we need to go. So I'm a little leery at this stage.
Andrew?
Yeah, so in the past, with what I consider the one-offs that are not directly adjacent to a line, council has, in all cases, deferred it to future planning. That would be typical of a request like this, so that we can do projects at a time and group them together, but we still bring them before council so that we can get that official determination.
Counselor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion that we defer this to our planning. This one doesn't meet our budget requirements. I think the area councillor could maybe go out and check, because there looks like there could be potential of 5 or 6 more hookups. And then even going north around the bend, I'm not sure how we would do that, but it would take some planning, because I think we talked that there's got to be about 14 people on this road that we've talked about going through there. So that's our new road, or north up there. So maybe some potential for us to get some more, but future planning. So my motion will be that we postpone this till future planning. What does the area councillor have to say on it?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And if we can get more on board there, then it helps out, but just putting one on and with the possibility of more, that's a long shot. So, yeah, I'm good with the motion on the floor.
Counselor Gender?
So was this individual, was he approached us only by himself then? But I come, Councillor Nyberg's suggestion on there that we do have to go, or at least give the opportunity to go out and open up, see, okay, who else is there? But I'm just kind of wondering, did he just come to us, he or she come to us just individually?
They contacted us that they were interested in water. We filled out an expression of interest, and that's how it arrived here.
At least it gives a kind of an idea if someone is there, maybe they're running low of water or with the potential in there. Like I agree with Councillor Nyberg at our pace.
Any other questions or comments? Motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? Carried. 7.2, request for decision. Read water hookup request, page 11 of the package.
Again, this is a repair that has approached us that is interested in water. They're located on the southeast of 263520. Again, the expenses would be up to 15,000 to be funded from revenue for water and service connection fees, and the remaining from the reserves. The resident is near Big Valley, has requested connecting into the Shirley-McLellan water line. With the location of the house from the water line, we would have to cross a large water body. We would run the line from the north headed south to the property. The approximate distance is 1,200 meters. Utilities received, some approximate cost again, including labor, equipment, and materials, is $175 per meter for 6-inch. 4 inches, $105 per meter. Inches, $95 per meter. Due to the distance, we could run a 3-inch or maybe a 2-inch pipe. And we have the approximate cost to do a 3-inch line is $114,000 plus GST. The materials for a 2-inch line would be cheaper.
The 2-inch line would be how much?
Which size?
14 for a 3-inch line.
That was for a 3-inch line.
2-inch would be what?
He didn't give a cost. He just mentioned that it would be cheaper.
That cost compared to what we're doing over Gatsby might be about $5 less a meter. The cost between the pipe, 2 and 3 inch.
So it'd be 15, it'd be 100, county being for 100,000. Put one in.
Okay.
Councillor
Mr.
Nyberg?
Chairman, I'm in the same way on this one. This one's gonna be a tough one because I don't think there's any other hookups that are possible on this. I don't know if it would be, if we would investigate servicing these folks from the village of Big Valley, if that is a possibility, I don't know. But as it sits, that's a long
Long ways to go for one hookup.
for one hookup. So I would, I don't even know if this one's, but I guess it'd make the motion to postpone it till we have a full outbuild of our outlook on all our future water lines. There might be a possibility, I don't know, would there be a possibility to come from the village to this and come shorter?
Well, the way it comes into the village, though, it's right on the north side of the village, so
I think it would, looking at the map, I think it would even be tough for them.
I'm just saying, hook a garden hose to the fire hall.
there's water.
Water at the train station, I'm pretty sure. So, he could.
I don't know. I think this one needs a little bit more investigation either way, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Stevens and then Councillor Brewer.
Well, I don't entirely agree that there's no chance of hooking anyone else on. And the reason I'm going that, just because along this 1,200 meters, there isn't another residence. But
Yeah, you're right,
if we go further, do we justify having a 3-inch or a 4-inch because there's some further past this guy? And that's why I'm hesitant until we get our survey results back.
Yeah, so that either way, how that works, my motion would be to have to postpone this till we can have a more concise look at our future plans.
Councillor Brewer?
Exactly, same, like to take $100,000, go to one person. I don't. No, I think we should do a little bit more, maybe hook somebody else up if there need be. This surprises me, but if you have to drill a well, it's $20,000, and if you get hooked up to our water, it's $15,000. So that's probably the difference. I'm good with putting it off for now. Thank you.
Councillor Gender?
It is also one that we do not set the limits at 15,000. It all depends if some people are very interested and they very much need the water. They can always open the door to anything else.
Absolutely.
Okay, anything else? We have a motion on the table, call the question, all in favor? Carried. 7.3, request for decision, water hookup request, page 14.
This water hookup is again, would fall into up to the 15,000 funded for revenue for the water service contained, and the balance would come from revenues. This particular residence is directly adjacent to the central phase water line, and has requested for a connection with the location of the property from the water line. The county could collect their money back for the connection fee. The financial, again, would be the 15,000. The approximate cost would be approximately 11,000 plus the GST.
Councillor Stolberg?
Yeah, this one, being they are right on the line already, and it definitely works within our budget because it's not going to cost more than the 15,000. I would be prepared to make the motion to approve this application.
Councillor Jenner? That's your nice. Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Carried. 7.4, request for decision, read water hookup request, page 17 of the package.
This resident is directly off of the new phase, Gadsby Phase 1 line, and he is requesting to be able to hook into the central phase water line at Gadsby. Again, your financial initiative connection would be the 15,000.
And tie into that would be that 11 again, or what would the tie in, the contribution be 15, but what would the tie in be? Like the last one you said was $11,000 would be the cost.
It would be less in this case because of the ongoing work in Gadsby. We don't have to have mobilization. We can save a little bit.
Councillor Gender?
The only thing that might be different in there, like we have to put the service on the east side of the road, might be the drilling, that equipment should be involved in that. That whereas the other one, if it's right adjacent to it, it might be a little less, but I'm very certain that the $15,000 will definitely cover it.
Yeah.
Councillor Never?
Mr. Chairman, I think through to administration, whatever that, the cost will be 15,000, but it will fall within the funding of that money that we've already spent on the Gadsby water line, will it not?
It'll be a change order to that, but
But not, it won't be
it won't be substantial.
fair enough, I'm good with that.
I'll make the motion that we go ahead with this additional, being that they're right in the area and it's very like they've already done it.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. There's two more on here for request for decision with tax cancellation that we have to talk through in camera for.
So the first two are not in camera.
Okay.
There's 4 tax cancellations.
7576 is in there.
Yeah, the 7576 is in the public,
Okay.
and then the 13.1 and 13.2 will be in camera.
Okay, that's 13. Which one's that?
13.1 and 13.2
Listed in our
in the
camera
attached
package.
package. Those are tax agreements and our negotiating points.
Okay, well, then that's fine. Just continue through this list as it's shown here. So 7.5, request for decision, tax cancellation, page 19.
In regards to this tax account, 789811, I would like council to consider tax cancellation and also a utility consideration for dog flow account. That the county approve the cancellation of the taxes for 789811 in the amount of 6484 and cancellation of 365 under the utilities account of 78981100. The county has repeatedly tried to collect the utilities in regards to this account from the previous owner. And moving forward, in December 31st, this utility account was moved over to the tax roll, and the tax roll is under someone else's name now. So it's not their invoice to be looking after. Means that we've exhausted all of our avenues to collect this amount from the correct party. The financial loss of revenue in the amount of $68.49 is what we are asking council to consider cancellation of.
Councilor Stolberg?
I'll move that we do cancel that loss of revenue of $68.49, just to clean up our books and move on.
Councilor Grover?
You said that it had switched hands, somebody else owns this thing now?
Yes, it was sold.
No, my question though is, how did that ever happen? Because I buy land or I buy whatever, it has to be cleared up before the transaction can go through.
Not in some cases, they will not pay the utility accounts, and you have to collect the utility account directly from the previous owner.
So this is utility. This is utility.
Utility account. This is utility account?
This has been moved over from utilities into taxes as of December 31st, and then there is a small amount still owing on the utility account.
Mr. Stevens?
Does this person still have utility accounts with us on a different?
That has sold all of their land. No longer have.
Fair enough. Any other question? Councilor Gender?
What type of utility is this? Water, gas?
It would have been water.
I don't think we sell gas.
Gas, right?
Utilities being our utilities, our water and sewer. We don't, only ones that we control.
Okay. Any other questions? It is a council.
Voting, I'm calling the question,
All in favor?
or asking the question.
Carried. 7.6, request for decision, read tax cancellation, page 20.
In regards to this tax cancellation that we're asking council to consider is to do with roll 673800 and 674100. Roll 673800 is in the amount of $297.35 and roll 6741 is in the amount of $297.35. These two particular accounts, the previous owner sold them to Her Majesty the Queen, and they were believed to be leased out to the ratepayer that sold them, and therefore would have been taxable. In contact with Public Lands, we have found out that they did not lease these two parcels. The confusion was the parcels just adjacent to them are also public lands and are leased to the previous owner. On these two particular parcels, they will not be leasing them out. They haven't finished all of their procedures that they're wanting to do, but eventually they're wanting to put it as a provincial park.
Mr.
Chairman, I say that we send a letter to His Majesty the King and ask for payment, and barring that, we have this forgiveness given to the Queen since she's passed on.
That would be to the king now, actually.
No, we're forgiving the Queen because she's passed on, but we'll send the King the bill, but I don't think he'll pay it either, so we might as well just forgive it.
Any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Sharon. 7.7, request for decision, read dust abatement, calcium tender, page 21 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe's here to speak to these next ones. Joe?
Thank you, through the chair. Just for information just now, each year we have our dust separation program, and we typically contract out solutions to be brought back by different companies. We have 4 different solutions, so 4 different requests for decision here for consideration. Calcium, MG30, DL10 and MC250, so there'll be 4 separate requests for decisions. We're happy that we got 4 different products tendered on and 4 different quotes to bring back for council. Various different levels of dust suppression ranging from calcium up to the MC250, so they all do different things, and when it was brought to council's consideration, we wanted to make sure that people have the most amount of options for what dust suppression they would like to see outside of their property and on their roads. The first one that we have for consideration just now is the calcium. Again, we had 3 different contractors come back on this. Rainier Calcium was the winning bid in this one, and we're very happy to be working with them. We've worked with them in the past, seem to have a good rapport and a good relationship working with them in the past as well. They had the most flexible contract for us to work with as well. So for rainy days, for things like that, we're quite happy to bring this request forward. So all 4 of them are very similar type requests, but very open to conversations and questions regarding all of them.
Whatever.
So, Mr. Chairman, through to Joe, are we looking at getting all 4 products? Is that what you're doing? Okay, so I'll make the motion that we accept this and go forward on the calcium contract as presented. Option 1.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. 7.8, request for decision, dust abatement, MG30, tender, page 23.
Same product as a similar product to calcium MG30, slightly different because it's got a magnesium blend in it. It's slightly more expensive. We only had 1 contractor come back for this one, which is Cortec. But again, similar type idea. We purchase the product and they come in and spray it for us. So forward for consideration, and we're looking at option 1 again.
Mr. Stevens?
I'll give you that motion that we move forward with option 1.
Questions, concerns? I'll call the question, all in favor? Carried. 7.9, request for decision, dust abatement, MC250, tender, page 25.
Thank you through the chair. So we have not previously used this product, although we brought it in as a trial last year. We only used it on the county roads. It is our most expensive product. And we're bringing it in as a bit of a trial this year. So again, offered out to the public, but again, happy to see that Weedon Roads had bid on this one for us, and we'll see what kind of uptake we get on it this year and report back. But again, it's a product to be used and utilised by the county ratepayers on all their roads.
Councilor Driver?
Mr. Chairman, I definitely go with option 1 again. I just also one question quickly. What is the final date for ratepayers to sign up for dust abatement in front of their houses?
Thank you through the chair. I believe it's in April.
Okay, and we're gonna advertise that lots? We always get the stragglers and we always get the ones that are always April 1st, April 30th, right, 30, so, yeah. So councillors, keep that in your back pocket if you're talking to people. That's a good one to remember at the next open houses.
Mr. Stevens?
One more question, because some of these more specialty products, the pricing was given with a fairly large volume. If the ratepayers request this, do we make it clear to them that this is dependent on getting others that want it? Otherwise, the price may significantly change.
Not so much the price might change for them, but what we're certainly having is good conversations with the ratepayers when they're phoning in. So rather than them phoning in, make the request, we just go out and do it, we're actually having a much more inclusive conversation with them as well about how many applications we're doing and what to expect from it. So we will have that discussion with costs at the time of it as well. So we don't have a massive amount of customers to discuss this with. So just for background on it as well, calcium last year we had 20 people or 20 sites that we done. The DL10, it was between 12 and 14. So we should be able to make the effort to make sure that we're having a very good inclusive conversation with the ratepayers at the time of requests from that. And we have already started to see requests coming in. So those conversations have started.
We have a motion on the Councilor Gender.
With the MG30, it was just on a trial basis last fall with the talking about 4 to 5 different spots.
Again, was on, that's the base stabilization, so that's the calcium and magnesium with the base stabilization. We did only put it down on one side again last year, so.
Like I look at, okay.
Like with the, 250 oil there, we're looking at 40,000 liters. Say like if only one person takes it, so how much oil would it be required to put on, say like a 200 meter stretch?
What I'm concerned
Say like, is the price going to increase so much? Say like if only one resident wanted to take it on, I'd like to have them be aware, say like there could be a substantial increase in price on there.
Well, the work to put on, if we looked at the MC250, the work to put that on, it's quite a large process as well. It's not just a spray and go. We actually need to go out with our sand graders before, take down 2 to 3 inches, then go through, spray it, and then go back in and blade it as well. So we're looking at those costs moving forward to make sure that we're capturing some of these numbers. But I'm not thinking we're going to get a large uptake in that MC250. So we would need to go out and do the calculations and let them know exactly how much it's going to cost for them to have that application applied. So they would know the costs before it. So typically if somebody was going to phone in and say I want the MC250, we would then give them a quote for it and then they would accept it to buy.
So Joe, I think what Ernie is talking about is what if we don't hit the 40,000 liters? Is there going to be a substantial increase on the price? I think that's what you're trying, yeah.
Because the minimum load of, because what they're quoting on is 40,000.
Yeah.
When we discussed it, we don't road that won't affect it.
Okay, so did that answer your question?
Yes.
It's not going to affect it. If we only get 10,000 liters, well,
Same price.
that's the only way we can do, the only thing I see changing here is if we get substantial volume, it may actually come down. But I think they've figured that into the price by what I'm understanding here.
Won't affect the price.
I just saw the very positive test plots of say like that MG30 compared to this oil, and then the price difference. By all means, I'd try and keep on having people look at these test plots compared to like on the pricing. Just a thought.
We did ask for numerous options last year. So that was really a request from council that if people wanted something more like pavement, we were getting closer to more like pavement. So that's an option if they want to pay. That's why we're going through this. So, yeah.
Okay, exactly what we asked for.
Exactly what we asked for. Councillor Tender?
On that behalf, okay, being that we have to, it's a little more difficult to work up. Is there going to be a cost associated with every year that they do have to pick up some costs on there?
Sorry, through the chair. Currently, I don't believe those costs are captured. So no is the immediate answer to that, but we'll know very quickly how many people are taking this. And this could be a really good long-term solution for us for what we're looking at. The other conversations that we're having is obviously how many applications and what the level of expectation is on these applications as well. So we'll have those conversations near the time, but as it is right now, no, we don't capture those costs first.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay, we have a motion on the table from Councillor Nyberg. Any other questions? Are you ready? Your trigger finger? Okay. Call the question. All in favor?
I think Justin made that one.
I made the previous one.
You did.
Knew somebody was making.
You get credit for it, didn't you?
7.10, request for decision, dust abatement, DL 10, oil tender, page 27 of the package.
Similar idea, DL 10 is the most light oil. We would kind of classify that one below the MC250. But again, one of the options that we brought forward was taken up last year previously by about 12 or 14, between 12 and 14 typically is what we're seeing the request coming in from. So again, happy to bring it forward for consideration.
Councillor Stewart,
I'll make that motion to approve option 1.
questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried. 7.11, request for decision. Now we're off. Thank you, Joe. We're off intermunicipal library agreement, page 29 of the package.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Andrew speak to this one.
So we had a 3-year agreement with the town of Stettler to form the intermunicipal library board. If you'll recall, in May of 2020, we entered into this agreement to codify the existing relationship we had. We had 2 boards acting as one committee going back to the 80s. But in the intervening time, the Libraries Act introduced a framework for formal intermunicipal libraries. So it was recommended that we move to that formal intermunicipal library format. And that agreement is expiring at the end of May. So we're recommending that because there's been no issues with the agreement, that we approve a longer term and make a 5-year term. And then the only thing that needs to change is when the minister gave the order to create the board, they changed the name from what was in the agreement from Stettler Public Library Board to Stettler Library Board. So we would commensurately see the same change in the agreement.
Can you speak to the rural boards also?
Oh, yeah, as well. So there's no changes in the financial distribution. Currently, the town pays 65%, we pay 35%. And then there's a separate agreement in place between the county and the library board, not the county and the town, that says all of our provincial funding will go to the Stettler Public Library, and then they will give 10% of that funding to Denalda and 10% of that funding to Big Valley.
Stolberg?
I mean, this 3 years of the official intermunicipal library board, it has worked very well with the town and the county. There's been no hiccups in it. And as Andrew mentioned, it was largely done pretty similar before with an informal partnership sort of thing. But this has made it easier for the library in certain ways with funding and reporting and things to be officially intermunicipal. And the funding agreement, I think, is just like pretty much bang on for the usage. It's hitting the target of each municipality first. And also, as Andrew mentioned, 3 years went really quickly. When we approved this agreement in 2020, the library, for one thing, wanted to market it officially, have a bit of an open house and things, and celebrate it. And with the town and county, and of course with COVID, 3 years, we lost those 3 years. And so now I think they're looking to probably recognize the renewal of this agreement. And I also agree, being it's working so well, there's no use of doing it every 3. I think 5 years would be more appropriate. So I'd like to make the motion that we renew the intermunicipal library agreement with the town for a 5-year period.
Yeah, I have no problem with the 5-year thing, but if there becomes a problem down the road, they'll have to revisit it.
There is an exit clause in it.
Yeah, there is an exit clause, good. So that the other 2 little libraries are not forgotten in the mix of things.
10% each.
Yeah, their interests are preserved in the agreement.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Okay, unfinished business, Denelda Fire Hall, is that, we do have a fire.
I think, Mr. Chairman, that we asked that to be put on, and I think we do have an in-camera session on that.
Fire, so
I think we're okay with that. Yep.
It gets moved to in camera.
Just as long as we keep it on the,
Okay, agenda items, 9.1, greater retender.
Yeah, just bringing this over to council for information more than anything else. We did go out for our grader tender, and these are the quotes that we received back last Friday or 2 Fridays ago. As you can see, significantly more than we were expecting. So we've had a number of conversations with both Brand and with Finning. These went through the Alberta Purchasing Authority's website, and we basically sent that out provincially and wider to try and see what kind of tenders we were going to receive back. This is exactly what we got back on that. So again, a lot more than we were expecting, 100,000 on each of them. So between $200,000 and $300,000 of a difference that we were looking at to bring forward for recommendation. So we've actually been in contact with RMA and their purchasing department called Canoe. We have an on-site meeting with them tomorrow. Brian's actually coming out to talk to us tomorrow about these tenders and why we're seeing these figures. They have a stronger pool than we would for purchasing. So we're hoping to bring this back for council's consideration soon. and we might not need to go out for that lengthy process of tendering. They actually allow us to go directly through Canoe in order to try and make a purchase. So we might get more flexibility, and I want to bring it back with a better pricing for us as well. So bringing it forward for council's knowledge and understanding that we weren't going to bring back a tender $300,000 over budget.
Councillor Nyberg?
So, Mr. Chairman, just on a go-forward basis, when we are asking for these, I think we made the one change of changing the rippers in the back to packers in the back, and it seemed to me when we talked about that previously, it was kind of an awash as far as whether they'd had the ripper or the packer on the back. So are we going with that again, putting packers on? Because we don't typically use the rippers. So.
Yeah, that's what we've been looking for.
Councillor Stevens?
My question is exactly what all attachments are included in this quote. It says, makes reference to snow equipment. So is this a V-plow, a wing, a packer, the whole kit and caboodle?
And a light on top.
Yeah, apologies. Maybe we should have included that in this memo back for council's consideration. As council are aware, one of our incidents that we had this year was we had a grader arm that unfortunately had a failure on it, and we've had to go back and look at re-welding and re-looking at these arms. So what we wanted to do was include new arms in this, but certainly not V-plows and things like that. So this is a pretty basic grader that's coming back with us. So the conversations that we're going to have tomorrow will be exactly what we can attach, what we can keep, and what we're going to sell, and what we're going to actually retain as part of our actual equipment on it. So there's not a lot on that, to be quite honest. It's not like we didn't put a lot of bells and whistles on it, but I can bring it back.
So the packer, the graders that got the packers on, we had to put weights on the back of them for plowing, right?
Yes.
Like we had to take the packers off, they were a little lopsided.
But we have been ordering brand new snow equipment with all our grader purchases for the last few years because of the wear and tear, especially on the wings, which we definitely proved that this year. So they come complete with brand new wings and the V plows. Before we were trying to salvage, and
We didn't have an incident quite like we did this year, but they just kept breaking and breaking.
Well, if I may, I'm on board with the wings, and I'm not sure if I'm on board with the V-plows. I think that the lifespan of them is substantially longer.
they also are made for a certain type
Made
of
for
grader.
certain graders.
So if these look like they're all-wheel drive, so, they may be a different size, so they wouldn't hook up. Plus, I was like you, I didn't think it was possible to break a V-plow, but Public Works proved me wrong. So they do wear, and when they break, they split right in half. So we are seeing wear and tear on the V-plows also.
It's all that hard snow at the lake.
Councillor Grover?
Maybe they're out on ice fishing. Yeah, I think we should replace the V-plows, replace the whole thing. We got into this before, and then we ended up with 3 or 4 V-plows sitting there that didn't fit a thing we had. And then you're basically going scrap iron price on them. I think price them out with, so that all these prices could be equal. And then, horsepower and stuff, the warranty and that's about the same. And what are they warranty, stuff like that, at Joe's department, I realize that, but that does make a difference.
Well, I like the fact that they're going through RMA. We've never really done that before. We've tried to cut deals privately with fitting because we've been, kind of a pretty staunch fitting customer. We have had the good luck with the 2 John Deeres that we did purchase, and that I think was done through the Alberta purchasing. So it would be interesting to see if we can recognize some savings. I think one of the things we haven't got a lot of feedback on is how the packers are working. Yeah, I mean, and nobody came back saying, this is great. There's absolutely no washboard. Didn't hear a comment like that at all. So.
You had your hand up.
Thank you. This was part of a kind of 2-part tender application. We went out, actually three. We took out dust abatement, we took out tender for our graders, and we also went out for 5 separate vehicles. 2 3/4 tons, 2 half tons, and a small van. And we received 0 tenders back for 5 vehicles.
Wow.
We actually phoned round all 10 parties that kind of showed us that they were interested in it, but nobody got back to us. So again, that's a further conversation just on vehicles. So the scarcity of vehicles and getting them in for municipal boroughs nowadays, we're no longer the top of the food chain when it comes to people wanting to services for vehicles. When we're looking at baseline trucks just for county use, there's not an awful lot of money in that. And what we also seen, and we were told this from a number of manufacturers, GMC, Ford, Dodge, they all said the same thing. They did have a fleet manager before COVID. After COVID, they no longer have that. So whatever they get in place is kind of what they get in place, and it's typically oversubscribed for just baseline vehicles. So it is a little bit more difficult for us to try and get vehicles. That tender's live again just now for the next 15 days. And we did also take each of the tender documents and deliver them here in town personally, so that everyone has the opportunity to bid for it. But we were really shocked that that tender came back with 0 tenders.
Yeah, there's a couple items that what Joe just spoke on. I can see it because I'm sure they would make more money selling private vehicles than they would fleet vehicles. So I can, with the shortage of vehicles, I could see their position slightly. But my comment that was going to make is on the graders. I think it's good that we, when these bids came in over budget that much, that we just didn't jump in and dig into reserves and pay the extra 100,000. I think when we don't do that, I think maybe they can sharpen their pencil better. And I think it's a great idea to make use of the RMA purchasing power through their procurement agency of Canoe and see what that brings forward. So I'd like to make a motion that we receive this tender information and await what we hear back from RMA.
Thank you, Councilor Swinburne. Councilor Clever. He stole my thunder. Stole your thunder? Councilor Grover?
No, that's fine. I think they should retender. Or good.
One more question. I noticed you have a couple different sizes. Is there room for looking at some of our fleet going down a size? Maybe not all of them? If we're gonna quote it, I'd like to know the logic there, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. I think that's a really good point. Dan, Kerry, and myself are discussing how many graders we have, the uses for them, the weights for them, and what we're physically using them for. Yes, is the short answer to that. We do need to look at what we've got size-wise and looking at potentially dropping down a size. So that's the conversation that we had at a staff level as well.
Thank you. Councilor Gender?
Yes, I'm living in the dream world. Last night there was, I'm only hoping that the prices will come down because Tesla just announced that they're losing sales, so they're dropping prices. So we can only dream about the graders.
Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I don't want to start going around and ordering the baby graders. Thank you very much. I just think we should stay with them ones, so when they get out there, they can do their job that they're supposed to. Thank you.
Okay, and we have a motion on the table to accept for information. Any other comments before I'll call the question? And all in favor? Carried. 9.2 SWMA land purchase. Stettler Waste Management. Page 37 of the package.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if council is aware, but Stettler Waste was able to.
Stettler Waste was able to purchase the quarter of land right next to them. So basically, we have the ability to expand probably for the next plus 100 years. So we're working on closing that deal. The Stettler board authorized it, and Andrew could go over it with you. This is a way that the lawyers suggested that we handle the purchase, and basically the county of Stettler would act as a trustee for Stettler Waste Management, which is kind of what we do anyway.
Yeah, as the managing partner, we form a trustee relationship with the association anyways. The authority is notable in that it's not a corporate or society of its own, so it can't hold land. Currently, the landfill is owned by all of the municipalities together as joint owners, as co-owners. So our lawyer is recommending that the managing partner, being the county of Stettler, act as the owner, as a trustee for Stettler Waste Management Authority. The authority would still be the recipient of all revenues and would be the source of all expenses. The county of Stettler simply acts as a name on a piece of paper. And so we do have, since the council package went out, we have formalized the draft trust agreement as well as the offer to purchase, which requires that each of the municipal councils approve it. So we're looking for this two-part motion to be made to ratify the Stettler Waste Management Authority's decision to proceed.
Thank you, Andrew. Did you ever have up, Councilor Everett?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make, do you want it in two different motions or one? How would the
We can do
minutes?
it in two motions.
Okay, the first motion that we, the county of Stettler purchase the land and hold it in trust for the housing, or the Waste Management Authority. Too many authorities.
Councilor Tender?
With that there, the county will be pulling it out of reserves and then be replenishing by Stettler Waste Management.
Stettler Waste will pay for it. right?
Yeah, it will come right out of Stettler Waste funding. And they're pulling from their own reserves, and then over 30 years, they'll replenish those reserves.
So no financial
No financial burden.
loss,
There'll be about $1.50 per capita increase to the.
but that's on a, for everybody. That's an operational side.
My comment is, I think it's good planning on behalf of the waste management to secure additional land before they're desperate for it. Their bargaining power is very limited once it gets to the point where they're full capacity and desperate. So I think it's good planning. So I definitely agree with this.
Councilor Tender and then Councilor Stevens.
This is very much thankful to our CAO with the negotiations that she has been able to do with this landowner. Thanks, Yvette.
Councilor Stevens.
Well, I'd like to go a step further than just the bargaining power route. With the lifespan you're talking about, I can't imagine what the land prices would be 60 years from now.
So we have the first motion on the table to Councilor Everett. Call the question. All in favor? Carried.
The second person, Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion for the
For that.
second, second part of that motion is you want to enter into agreement with, allow the waste management to go ahead and,
This is specifically that each of the municipalities will enter into a trust agreement together for the county to manage those.
okay, so, yeah, so that we enter into the trust agreement.
As worded, so.
Yeah, as worded.
I will email you the text.
Haven't used it.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor?
That we enter into a trust agreement with ourselves.
We will be a signatory.
Fair enough.
That level of peace with ourselves? Do we have somebody else coming in for bylaws or is it, you're running them?
These ones,
Pretty
don't
straightforward.
require,
That they're advertised, so you can give them all three readings today.
Okay, well, we'll go to our bylaws, 10.1. 1691-23, animal control bylaw for first, second, and possible third readings, page 38 of the package.
I didn't do this one, did you?
This is just an, this,
Yeah.
we've actually spoke to this, Mr. Chairman, earlier. They talked about,
Just for those watching, just.
yeah,
There are just two clerical changes. There's in the definition section, there's a reference to a section 10.4 instead of 10.1. 10.4 doesn't exist. And then section 4 added animal and to the title. It was just dog before. Because that section is applicable to more than just animal owners or dog owners.
And this was to assist with, animals that are at large, cattle. That's one of them, right? They have no authority to act. Now they do.
Okay, Counselor Stolberg,
I'll move first reading.
any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Counselor McKay,
I'll move second reading.
questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
Take it to third.
Okay. All in favor? Counselor Grover?
Do a third reading.
Ernie went to third.
Ernie went
to third.
Dave,
I am doing third reading.
Dave did third reading, or he went to third?
Oh, Marlene is asking.
So,
Third reading.
call the question, all in favor? Carried.
Mr. Chairman, there was a few years ago, I used to go down to Lethbridge and there was an emu that was cruising around. I think it was Newell County that was out there. So animal makes sense to put that in there. And it was an emu at large.
That would be a bird though, wouldn't it? I guess like chickens.
Be careful what you're looking for.
Back here.
10.2, 1692-23 cap levy bylaw for first, second, and third readings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we had a typo in our bylaw. One of those things that you look at 100 times and none of us picked it up. So we wanted to rectify that. Also take the opportunity to maybe just clarify a few things that might have been a little confusing when you first read the bylaw. Andrew, do you want to?
Yeah, so the levy notices, previously, for some reason, we had said that the invoice would go out 45 days after the due date for the shipment report. Whereas if the shipment report is late, we can't send it out until we've got the shipment report. So we've now said the invoice will be sent 30 days after receiving the operator's report on those shipments. And then we also clarified that levy notices need to be received 7 days after they're sent. Just an Interpretation Act type inclusion. There's the correction under 8.13. It was copied out of the cap levy regulation, but a typo was made in that transposition. The cap levy regulation has paramountcy over the bylaw anyways, but this will correct that. And then lastly, under inspections, we just added a little bit of wording to clarify that documents for an inspection may be requested either verbally during a physical inspection of a site, or it may be requested at any other time in writing. It was clear that it can be requested at any other time in writing, but if we say, I want these reports when we're doing an inspection, we need that verbal request to be valid. And that's it.
Counselor Nyberg?
So the, within 30 days of receiving the report described in 2.1. So if we receive the report, but we are going to have it audited, how do we deal with that? Because let's face it, you could put in, an operator could put in all zeros and hand it to us and the report's in and then there's no invoice. But how do we deal with those ones?
Yes, so we go down to section 12 for that. And that's where we have all of the wording around determining compliance with the bylaw. And I believe there is a clause in here. Yeah, following inspection, a review of the shipment records provided by the sand and gravel operator both, it's discovered there's an error, omission, or incorrect description. We may correct the sand and gravel tonnage shipment roll and, if applicable, issue an amended levy notice.
So should that receiving the report in 3.1 within 30 days of receiving the report and
No, we'll still,
correcting it, or
we'll issue a levy report based on, or a levy based on the report we get, and then issue a second amended report if there's a discrepancy.
I see. Okay, so we would, I guess we would send out, if they came in with zero, we wouldn't send them an invoice. And
Yeah, and then if there was a discrepancy,
we would go to 12.2. Okay, I will move first reading for this, Mr. Chairman. That was my question on.
Any other questions, concerns? Counselor Stevens?
I have one. I have no problem with a request being made verbally, but given what we know, I question whether that's the wisest choice.
We don't have to go to that step. That could be just one of the many, right?
Yeah, it's more typical. So it's part of an inspection scheme that's more common through like section 545 of the MGA and enforcement that you do under there. where you do have the right to request records be produced, and it's sort of a request for them to be reproduced on the spot. If they can't be reproduced on the spot, then likely we would follow up in writing anyways and say, you know, subsequent to our inspection, we requested these records and we expect them by X date.
Good. Any other questions? Got, first reading motion on the table from Councilor Nyberg. All in favor? Carried. Councilor Grover?
Second reading.
Questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Councilor Stillberg?
I'll move that we proceed to third reading.
Call the question. All in favor? Councilor Gender?
With the third reading, please.
Third reading. Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Reports. Chief Administrative Officer's Report, page 61 of the package. Everybody's reviewed it, and I know there's been some questions come in from Councilor Gender. Did you get your answers, Councilor Gender?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that?
I'll give you a motion to accept it.
Just got a question on there.
Go ahead.
On your report, Yvette, about your golf and Roseland, what has really come of that?
Well, we're sitting kind of with our fingers crossed. There's supposed to be an announcement in the next 2 weeks. And from some of the impressions we've got, we think we could be very successful with this.
Yeah. So AT did request a more detailed technical report, which was completed last week and passed on to AT. They were very appreciative of receiving that. So we're hopeful that based on the tone of our conversations we've had with AT, that we are quite possibly in a good position for success on that grant.
And that is through Shirley McCollum.
That is the Shirley McCollum Commission pursuing that.
Are they regarding this as a shovel ready? That
It is effectively now, yeah. There's a bit of detailed design work to be done yet, but the preliminary design is now done.
I'm just kind of wondering, say, like with the next 2 stages of the Gatsby line, can we kind of go along the same line, shovel ready, and have some funds towards it?
Well, Water for Life doesn't fund distribution systems, they fund transmission lines. So that's always been our problem with Water for Life funding. There was supposed to be, or in the budget, there was some new water wastewater money, but we haven't seen the details on that yet.
Big push that I heard on that budget was the wastewater. Well, the big push I heard on that was wastewater there.
It usually is.
Something in the political provincial realm of screaming for wastewater because I think we're in that boat, just like everybody else. But I think also, there's a number of other municipalities that are in the same boat. So it must be on their radar quite heavily. They specifically, and this is one thing I noticed, that they specifically, I don't know if they've ever actually mentioned wastewater as an initiative in a budget before, so.
They did fund Sylvan Lake, or not Sylvan Lake, but Sundre. I think it's Sundre. They were supposed to be part of that big transmission line to go to the plant in Red Deer, but they decided back then that they were too far off of it. So now they funded for a treatment plant for them. So the big dollars, good news for them.
Any other questions on Councilor Stevens?
If this Wolf section of the line gets built out, is there any potential side effects for those that are on that line that they would have to make upgrades, even some of our regional partners, for example?
Well, I think that Wolf and Roslyn, from what we understand, both have like working distribution systems. So we should be able, just like we did in Castor and Coronation and Big Valley, tie right into their reservoir water tower, and away it goes. So I don't think that is going to slow us down at all. But one of the things that we could do to help the government with proving this is a shovel-ready project is we could go out and purchase the pipe like we did for our own project right away, and then get the rest of the stuff in place. But we could be in construction in the fall of this year. I think it opens up a lot of opportunity, not only for the county of Stettler, but the county of Painter to service people in that northern part of our county that are struggling with water. Once you have a transmission line up there, it opens up all sorts of avenues to be able to service people. So I think Painter is looking forward to it, and we certainly are, because we've had a few requests come in from the east side of Denelda. So we're hoping to strategically place it so that both ourselves and Painter get the maximum benefit from it.
And we do have a route already planned.
Yeah, the detailed report went into a couple optional routes, and the recommendation is the route that would maximize the amount of pipe that remains in the member municipalities, so that would be the county of Stettler. The other route goes straight north of Denalda, basically, and hits Camrose before jogging over. But we said, can we look at potentially jogging over right at 53 and going up from there to keep more pipe in a member municipality, and the cost differential between that and the first option was very minor.
So if we come right off Denelda, of course, we may need some sort of small reservoir there, like a truck fill. So I can't get funding for a truck fill in a village, but perhaps, we could work another grant or work with the village of Denelda, see if we could maybe get one set up.
Could there not be a truck fill right beside, like on county property? Who would that own that rail property?
Denelda owns it.
Now owns all the rail property. Okay.
We have the area right, well, basically where Shirley McCall comes into, right at the fire station. That's county property.
Yeah, the fire station's actually quite a big lot.
Yeah, so there could also be potential there. Councillor Gender and then Councillor Brewer.
I guess that was a question, is how, could it be put say like the fire, is the fire station within Denelda?
Yes.
But the land south of it is county?
Right.
Okay, so there's a good potential there.
Could be, they'll fund, or unless they change the rules, which I haven't seen, they'll fund hamlets, but they won't fund villages, and they won't fund towns for truck fills. It's weird. Yeah.
Question, if you go off there and you go down 53 highway and then you go up to Walford Roseland or wherever, is the village of Denelda still gonna be able to use the line pressure to pump their system, or are they gonna have to put in
That may be an issue, right? Because right now, they've been coming right off the Shirley McCall.
They have made some changes to their standpipe system, so things are going into the water tower. Our only concern is that if there were a break on the Shirley line, that they would potentially lose their water tower's pressure through our own system. But that can be remedied pretty quickly.
And I assume this does not come as a surprise to them. They've been aware of this.
Well, it came as a surprise to everyone. But as soon as we were made aware of the possibility, so back in November, we put in our first sort of expression of interest to Alberta Transportation. It was the first kick at doing anything. And from that point, we've generally expected about a 5-year process to get money in hand. So we reported that in the December meeting that, hey, guys, we've kicked the can here. We're tired kicking a bit, and see if AT will, put us in the queue. And then as soon as they called us and said, well, this is a very real possibility, can you make it happen this year? We got on the phone with Wolf and Roslyn right away and said, can you take it? Are you ready? And they're definitely a little overwhelmed, but they seem very receptive to it.
And excited, like.
Paul was very excited.
Yeah.
They didn't seem nearly as alarmed as what Rosalind did they?
I thought they were both pretty good. I mean, I think it was kind of like that, holy cow, right, it's here. And yeah, they seem pretty excited because it is a secure source of water and it doesn't have all the problems that well water has. I know we did briefly mention wastewater. We did get word that our request to do with the Red Willow Lagoon is going to be looked at. We're number 7 in the pile now. So they're hoping to have it looked at and some sort of decision coming out towards the end of March. So that's good news for us.
Yeah, so that's based on the determination of whether the wetlands east of the Red Willow Lagoon are crown claimable or not. And that will dictate how we are able to negotiate with the landowner on using that as an outflow channel.
If it was said that they were and the landowner disagreed, how that could
that could pose some problems for us too, but at least it gives us a place to start. We've been waiting for a decision. We haven't been able to.
Yeah,
start.
we've been in limbo basically.
So that was kind of some good news too, so.
Any other questions on the CAO report? We have a motion on the table your Councilor, good question. I'll just keep your hand down until we ask the question then. All in favor? So you're not in favor? You're opposed? Councilor Grover's opposed.
Just with the feelings.
Okay, financial reports. We've got 11.2.1 accounts payable register, 11.2.2 bank reconciliations, and 11.2.3 year-to-date budgets, page 100 to 125, or pardon me, 100 to page 118. Councilor Gender?
I asked a couple of questions to administration. They have answered them very well. Much appreciated. Thank you. But I will take a move it, please.
Any other questions? You don't have your hand up. Okay, call the question then. All in favor? Carried. 11.3, Councilor fee sheets, page 119 of the package to 125. Councilor Gender?
Just got some question on there. It's when going down to Brownlee, there were 3 members that went down and the mileage were considerably different. It went from 380 to 450 to 492. I'm just kind of wondering like why the discrepancies in there.
Brownlee and Calgary. Councilor Stillberg would have left from Bymore. Councilor Grover would have left from his house, I assume, and I left from my house.
You got 380, but you're the furthest.
You're a little low.
Maybe I'm a little low.
You're a little low.
At 450.
And unless I Googled it wrong, I just used Google search for the distance.
Like you're further away than what Dave is by about 20 kilometers one way. And like
Google
you-
usually comes up in miles, not kilometers.
I will re-Google mine and take a look because
I think yours.
I think
Dave, did you Google yours?
No, went from Stettler to Calgary by the speedometer on the van.
Stettler to Calgary?
Back. In case my van is out, I don't.
I can check mine again, but
I guess I'm gonna have to start Googling.
when I get home, I'll Google it again.
What's it say?
when I just went Endiang to Calgary, it came up in kilometers, 239.9. And I have to get home, see it double.
Yeah. Just put in Gadsby if you would.
You're 254 one way?
I'm 250, so I'm really cutting myself. 254.
Yeah.
So it should be 508. I'm 380. That shows it.
Yeah, because Dave should be, I got 228, so 228 times 2 is,
440, 460 almost, 456.
yeah, 456. So Dave might be a little high and you're a little low.
Okay, well, we can correct that. Thank you.
Well, I can take. Mine was 490 something.
Then we have the public.
What's the Google?
220, it says 228.
28 times 2.
Yeah, it's 256.
That can be corrected then.
So we have the right kilometers, it's just who got the money for it. You guys are gonna arm wrestle.
I guess I was being very.
You were donating to Dave and Dave.
My God, I guess. I'm not gonna argue with who wrote the thing down. My wife wrote it down. I'm gonna take a hit for it.
Any other questions on that? Councillor Gender, you'll move them with.
I'll move them, please. Thank you.
Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Councillor committee reports. We have one on the list, 11.4.1 Stettler Library Report, Councillor Stillberg, page 126 of the packages. Yes, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to add one thing is the library does these book sales and the next one's coming up during the trade show. But they accept books for these sales. So if anybody's got books kicking around they're not reading, that are still actually readable and current, the library would be happy to accept them up
So
till
they would just take them to the library.
the library by the first week of April, first part of April, or first few days of April, from now to then, and they gladly accept them.
Any other questions on that one report that we have? So, Councilor McKay, you'll accept for information.
Noted.
Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Consent agenda items. Was there any consent agenda items we have to pull out of there?
The only item I think I'd like to bring to your attention is the handy bus.
So page 147 of the package, 12.7.
And this would be something that maybe council could think about and maybe, or debate it, or maybe come back when we set our budget for, when we set our tax rate. They don't ask. They put in what we usually give them, but if you look at their bottom line, they're losing money. So I don't know if, and I know at one time we did look at funding them 25,000 instead of the 20, and they took the 20 because they were okay. But if you look now, and it could be maybe a side effect of COVID, but well, probably just the price of fuel, everything else, but they are losing money.
They used to come in here to their meetings all the time too.
I think they were in once, but they never ask. They just kind of hold their breath and hope that. But if they needed more money, it would be great if they, would give us a call and say, can you up any way you can up your allocation? And they never assume that we will, but I just wanted to bring to your attention that they are losing money.
About 2 years ago, they had to give up the operation of their medical van out of town. I mean, they were running the two vans, the in-town van and the one that took people to appointments in Calgary, Red Deer, Edmonton, and places like that. And that one was losing a lot of money, and they had to give it up. In recent months, FCSS has sort of picked up the void there with a volunteer driver program that helps get people out of town to these other destinations. So I fully understand the Handy Bus Society has been struggling for funds for quite some time. But they definitely want to keep the in-town service, and they have regular routes from the senior lodges and things. So, we don't fund Handy Bus at all.
They never came to us. But it's part of the issue was part of the programming funding at FCS is that it is not supposed to be a regular sustainability fund. It is a one-time startup kind of fund. We might fund for multiple years to get a program up and running, but with the idea that at some point they become their own entity and become sustainable on their own. So the idea isn't to be a side funder from the government, it's to be a initiative builder, right? And this initiative did very well. That's where it started, and it's gone very well, but unfortunately there is a hiccup, no pun intended, but there's a bump in the road for this bus.
Councilor Gender?
I guess I would look at, okay, how long have they been charging the $6 per trip? Is also one, how long have we been charging or donating like the 20,000? And could we bump that a little?
I think at one time we were giving them basically our basic, it used to be called the basic municipal grant, and it was a set amount. And it was around 15,000, I think, and we just used to transfer that to them. And then when we lost that grant, we continued our funding. But I could check with Krista, but she's probably listening. But I think it's been, a number of years, like 10, about 10 or 12 years at 20,000.
And on the volunteer driver program is through them, is it use of the person that's going to the city supplies the vehicle, or?
They can. It can be, it's usually, the volunteer usually does it, but if it's a case that, let's say you have a special, like you need your wheelchair thing, they will do that for you as well, right? So, I mean, some people have that option that they do have that. It's mostly the driver is picking you up in their vehicle, taking you over and then coming back.
Okay, Councillor Stevens?
One question and one point I'd like to make. In it, it does list only 127 county customers, but I don't think that really tells the true story because of how extensively our senior housing authority gets serviced by this handy bus. It does benefit the county more than what that 127 customers would initially indicate. And my question is on the medical van, is there any inklings that AHS may be willing to open up some NAT van funding to ease the pressure off ambulance services?
I think they're definitely going that direction, and we have seen the new initiatives that they've put in place regarding transfers. So we could take a patient over there, but we're not waiting around to repatriate them. So they've got these basically small buses that they just bring people back from, especially the diagnostic appointments, and they've been in the community quite a bit lately, so it's working well. And leaving our ambulance guys alone.
So is there opportunity that you know of that, I think where Mr. Stevens is going is, and I think that's where you're going, is that the handy bus could possibly expand their business and actually maybe make $1 out of it. If it is, it seems to me that NAT van is very much it's meant to be a third party, and it's a business. It's not being done as a government.
I think that there's a lot of crossover in the customer base when you look at the people that the handy bus serves versus the people that have trouble making it to medical appointments in the city.
Well, I know the last time that when we were negotiating with AHS, and we, of course, our concern is that we're not fully funded for the PRU unit.
Yeah.
But we did bring up like the NAT van, but we have to bid it. Other areas that provide it, bid it. So we could put one underneath Stettler District Ambulance. Don't know if I want to do that to the manager. She's got enough on her plate, but
this could be a bid that
it could be something that
they do. So
they do, yeah.
So would it be prudent, Mr. Stolberg, if we brought this back to FCSS and through FCSS talk to the handy bus? Because it's in the office. I mean,
It's in the same building, but I think it might be more appropriate if a county man or something, do we want Judy to come in, present to council? Or
I don't know. I'm just trying to make it,
yeah.
we could alter everything into the county admin lab. Like, got nothing else to do.
It would be an interesting option to get them informed on. This is another avenue that you can explore with your existing capital. Perhaps you can get some AHS funding as well to help you out if you went this route.
I would be willing to go to the handy bus their next meeting and just kind of propose it and see what their thoughts are. I mean, they're their own entity, and that wouldn't be something that I just feel if we were, I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but I think maybe it's just a letter that we send to them that they look at it, and if they're interested in more information, we would be willing to help them. But I think what's in front of us today is, are we going to allocate them a few extra funds?
Pull it back to the next meeting, really.
You don't have to decide till we bring our final budget forward and we set the tax rate. But I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I don't usually advocate for you to give extra money, but Judy is a lot like Shelley, and they work so hard, and yet Judy never asks, for anything extra. So.
If they're asking, it's a need, it's not a want.
Councillor Gender?
I'm just kind of wondering, can we take it out of the RDF? Match an additional $5,000.
The rural development fund? That's your fund, you can do whatever you like with it.
Would you want to do a one-time payment for now and look at the budget go forward next year, Mr. Gender? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
I believe that, okay, we've been down or sitting at 20 for 12 years. It's about time that we do raise it.
Councillor Stevens?
I have a slightly different suggestion, that we request that they come in as a delegation and they can present what their needs exactly are. We're speculating and guessing a bit, but might be easier to get the info right from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, and we can ask them to come in. Our April agenda is, of course, we've got our audited financial statements and a bunch of other stuff, so she's looking pretty tough, but we can get them in May or maybe,
What about committee of the whole?
yeah, I'm thinking.
It would be better if it was done in a regular council meeting, I think, because I think part of it is that they get some recognition as well too.
We'll look at our agenda and see if we can jog it. If not, we'll maybe move it to May.
Okay.
That's a fair, so that's the motion from Mr.
That is my motion.
Instruct administration to ask to come in.
Okay.
That would be good to bring them here because, last I heard that, somebody. That's enough. From Big Valley there, it was $100 to come to Stettler. And back. No, just come home way.
Got no way to
So
get
I
there.
want to know what the.
Was that through the handy bus, Mr.?
I'd like to know what the price is.
So just to clarify that, I think that was a volunteer hire.
That was a
That
what?
was the volunteer driver program, not the handy bus, so.
Well, we can ask that questions when they come in here and that's.
But you have to have specifics. I mean, just throwing one out there, you need to know who it was, when it was, and give them that information.
Well, they wanted to come up to a doctor's appointment and didn't have a driver, but they finally found one to drive them instead of using the handy bus. I just want to know how expensive it is. If it's $50 up, $50 back, somebody that's on a fixed income, that's still quite a bit of money. You know, if it is a handy bus. If it's a taxi, then I have a problem with charging like that. But we'll get that the next time they come in here.
Councillor Stevens has a motion on the table. Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. And we have the rest of our consent agenda items. Councillor Nyberg?
The motion to accept them for information, receive for information.
Any other questions on any of them? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Our next category would be our in-camera session. We have half an hour to get started into that. Can I have somebody move us into camera? Councillor Gender? All in favor? Carried.
Go ahead.
Stevens? For item 13-1, I will make the motion with staff recommendation number 1, that we enter into a tax repayment agreement for roll number 223001, 228001, and B0R013.
Are we going live?
Yeah, we're live. And that's enough of the motion.
Mr. Chairman, once again, I'd like to make the notation that there are some very good oil and gas companies in our midst, and we continue to fight and struggle with some other ones, so.
Any other questions, comments? Call the question then. All in favor? Opposed? Dave and James.
Sorry, it was really important incident.
Good job.
Well, it was more than that. So we're out of camera.
We voted on 13.1.
Okay, okay.
Tax referral, where are you at on that?
Oh, I'm in favor of that, to enter into an agreement.
So Marlene, to give you the vote, opposed was Mr. Clark, Mr. Grover, and myself, and in favor was Mr. Gender, Mr. McKay, and Mr. Stevens, and Mr. Stoker.
13.2 tax agreement. I will make the motion that we enter into a tax agreement as staff recommended for tax roll TAL003. Okay, questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed?
Same way, Marlene.
13.3, fire.
Mr. Chairman, I think we have two motions on that. I'll make the first motion that council and directs administration to organize a meeting between the town council, county council, and the fire chiefs within the next 30 days. But do we want to discuss the reasoning behind that? The fact that they wanted an extra person, or?
We're kind of discussing it now.
Well, it'll be on the agenda, I'm
But
sure.
do we need to put that in the motion is my question.
We did agree on to furthering for future.
Okay, just to have that, I just don't know if we want to put it in the motion so that they know what we're discussing.
Yeah, well, it's discuss that in the operation of our rural bus and the urban fire stations.
So just as long as administration's clear of what we, yeah. That when we're asking for the meeting, that it'll be the discussion on those. Okay.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried.
I'll make the next motion then, Mr. Chairman. That council directs administration to address the deficiencies at our rural fire department's equipment, apparatus, and allocate $125,000 from reserves to correct the deficiencies as seen.
Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
Maybe as discussed, Marlene, that should be.
Carried. Stettler seed cleaning plant, 13.4. Councilor Grover.
As the council requests a sheet cleaning plant, attend the April Ag Service Board meeting.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Okay, and 13.6 was doctor recruitment. Councilor Gender.
Council direct administration to develop and bring back a policy on doctor recruitment and retention.
I think if we could, a policy on our incentive, I think is what we wanted there, wasn't it?
And the incentive would be part of it too.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
I think we should have in our retention, our recruitment incentive and retention, I think is how that should maybe go. Doctor recruitment, yeah, change that to put it there.
Okay.
You mentioned,
Yeah.
word you mentioned,
Okay. Questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Okay, next meeting is Wednesday, April 13th. Is a regular council meeting, and 15 is Councilor Grover.
Adjournment.
All in favor? Carried.